Yeah, tell Jamie to send those bodies in.
Okay.
Come on in, have a seat.
Good afternoon, Rachel. Because I have to fix the. Is that your nurse?
Are you the nurse from Beaumont?
Hang on just a minute. Thought I had it down. Okay, Rachel, are you the nurse from Beaumont? Sorry. Hang on just a minute.
It's doing it because we have two devices so close. Was it this morning?
Okay, can I ask
who you are, please?
You have to.
There
There you
you
go.
go.
I can't
I
hear
can't
you.
hear you.
Say again.
Say again.
Phlebotomist from Beaumont for my trial.
Okay.
Okay.
Hang on just a minute,
okay?
And then the scientist from MSP will. So is it going to echo?
That's what I was doing wrong.
What?
Hang on.
Muted. No, I.
The scientist zoomed in.
Keeps on saying she's getting
No.
kicked out.
She says she keeps getting kicked out.
She's not in the waiting room. All I've got is Rachel. Rachel, what's your last name? No audio.
Let me call one of the guys.
It's on her now. I'm pretty sure that's on her.
Wasn't it?
Try it now.
My last name is Hoyt, Hoyt.
Okay, bad echo. All right, Ms. Hoyt, raise your right hand. Swear, affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth today? All right, this is gonna be tough with this audio, but let's try it.
Yeah,
Okay.
gonna be hard to type.
Okay, can you state your full name for the record?
Full name, Rachel.
Yeah, Ms. Hoyt, your video, your audio is like 1 out of every 4 words.
Sure what else to do.
We have to call in and do it on here.
Just lead. Let's do this. I'm gonna give you a phone number. 734-941-7034.
Wish I could count numbers.
Please call that number.
734. Could you repeat the number?
Are you there, Ms. Hoyt? All right, you have to shut off your laptop audio or phone, whatever you've got. We're getting echo.
Okay.
Try that, please.
Is that better?
Oh, much better, thank
Perfect.
you. All right, now let's see if you can hear everybody in the courtroom. Ms. Gillis, try that.
Okay, Ms. Hoyt, I'd like to draw your attention back to the date of June 11th, 2019.
Okay.
Were you working at Beaumont Hospital?
I was working at Beaumont Wayne Hospital.
Can you talk just a little bit louder? You're coming in good.
Yes, I was working at Beaumont Wayne Hospital.
And what was your position there?
At that time, I was a phlebotomist in Beaumont Wayne Lab.
Okay. And during the course of your work on that date, did you come and, were you taking blood samples from individuals at the hospital?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you take a blood sample from a Kamani gram?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what do you do after you take the blood sample?
Once I've completed the blood sample, I seal it in a box and put my initials on it and have the officer that has supplied me with said box sign his initials, and I give it back to the officer.
Okay. And, okay, I have a question.
Is your equipment sterile?
Okay, let me ask this. Before you do the blood draw, how do you do that? Do you take a needle out of a prepackaged? Is it sterile? Is it?
So the contents that come in the box are the blood tubes to collect the sample and the iodine prep pad that we use to prep the patient's skin. The only thing that I bring outside of that box are a tourniquet, 4x4 gauze, tape, and a needle to collect the blood sample. And the needle everything is packaged in sterile packaging, so I have to open it, and I open all of my supplies in front of the patient.
Okay.
May I cross, Judge?
Please.
Ms. Lloyd, how are you?
I'm good. How are you, sir?
I'm David Rosenberg. I'm representing Mr. Graham. I just want to perfect the record a little bit. You use sterile equipment. You identified Mr. Graham. Yes, yes?
Yes.
Okay. You performed the blood draw in accordance with the training that you received.
Yes.
And you labeled the blood that you took accordingly. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You preserved it in accordance with the instructions provided to you by the hospital in the state of Michigan.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
You labeled and preserved the sample in accordance with the law, yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and of course, your supervisor, doctor, I can't remember his name, oversaw this
Dr. Arshad?
and he signed off on this, am I correct?
Yes.
And you took the sample, sealed, labeled, and gave it to the police officer?
Yes.
I have nothing further, Judge.
I have nothing further.
Thank you,
ma'am.
Ms. White. You are free to hang up.
Scientists.
All right, thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
There's a scientist in the waiting room, she said.
This is yours.
Is that a no?
Vic from Lansing.
Maybe that he took the blood to the state. Did you tell his blood to the state or?
Good afternoon.
All right.
Good afternoon.
Your name, please.
My name is Diane Bennett.
Ms. Bennett, raise your right hand for me, please.
Certainly.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth this afternoon?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Ms. Gillis, your witness.
Okay, Miss Bennett, is it Miss Bennett or Dr. Bennett?
It's Miss.
Okay, and Miss Bennett, where are you employed? Let me ask you, where were you employed on June 17th, 2019?
I work for the Michigan State Police in the Lansing Laboratory in the Toxicology Unit.
Okay, and what's your background as far as educational background?
I have a bachelor's degree in microbiology from Michigan State University.
Okay, any other additional training?
Yes, we have to complete on-the-job testing, and with THC testing specifically, we have to repeat over 50 cases a senior analyst has done and get comparable results. We are also outside proficiency tested every year.
Okay, did you receive on June 17th, 2019, a lab box from the Wayne County Airport Police Department? It would be incident number 15911-19.
Yes, we did.
Okay, and were you the person that analyzed it?
I analyzed it for THC.
Okay, now let me ask you, when you get the box, what's the first thing you do?
The kit is received by one of our forensic technicians. They retrieve it from the front office. They open each kit individually and put a unique identifier on it, which is how we track it in our system. In this particular case, that laboratory number is TX19-7511. They will look at the blood tubes and give an approximation of the blood, put it into our walk-in lockable refrigerator, where then an analyst comes in and does alcohol testing. After the alcohol testing is completed, if drugs have been requested, it goes on to have a preliminary drug screen done on it. At that point, it determines what classifications of drugs we would be looking for. And that is when I stepped in and did my analysis and the confirmation testing of THC.
Is there a certain name to the analysis that you did?
It is THC testing, is the way we refer to it.
Okay, and then what did your results conclude?
The results that I reported out was THC is 10 nanograms per milliliter, and carboxy, which is THC-COOH, was greater than 100 nanograms per milliliter.
Okay. So can you explain to me what that means? Because I don't know.
Certainly. THC is the parent compound found in marijuana. It is the active ingredient that as it's breaking down in the body, it actually has effects on an individual's body. Whereas the THC-COOH, the carboxy, is an inactive metabolite that shows recent use, but is not actively having an effect on the body.
Okay, so only the 10 nanograms would have an effect on the body.
I'm sorry.
Correct.
I understand the nature of the question. I object to its form, Judge.
Okay. So 10, so you're saying the carboxy, if somebody just, let me ask you this, if someone tested positive for their carboxy, would that be that it's not affecting, would that mean that it was like past use?
It does indicate past use. It's not actively having an effect on the body as it's being broken down and metabolized.
Okay, and what about the 10 nanograms? Just
The 10
I'll
nanograms?
object to the form of the question. What about anything, Judge? I'm not sure the nature of the question. So let me back up.
okay.
Go ahead.
What effect, the THC 10 nanograms, what, if anything, does that have an effect on the body?
Your Honor, I have to object. There's no foundation. The witness has not been qualified as having the credentials with which to testify about effects of THC on the body. I also remind the court that Michigan State Police itself has come out with a statement that there is no standard, as there might be with alcohol found as a body alcohol content that means anything at all. That limit is 0.08, et cetera. So as far as 10 nanograms, I'll stipulate that 10 nanograms of THC were found as a result of the test. Thank you, Judge.
Does that help?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
I have no further questions. Do you have questions?
I have nothing further. Oh, I just follow up, madam. The test was performed tests using what type of machine?
We use GCMS, which stands for gas chromatograph mass spectrometer.
And that gas, and forgive me, I'm going to stumble all over those words. That's mass, major mass. That's tested from time to time. Certified, making sure it's in running order. Am I correct? The machine itself.
We run controls and calibration every time the instrument is run to show that it is working properly.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you.
Ms. Gillis? Anything else, Ms. Gillis?
Oh, can I just ask one
Sure.
question I should ask? How do these packages arrive at the state police lab?
I would say over 90% of them come through first class mail.
Okay, thank you.
Nothing else?
Thank you, no, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Bennett. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Anything else from the people?
I am going to have, now where did he go? Please.
In the hallway.
Oh, it's,
Just some driving record.
Sure.
Do we have a copy of the record here, Ms. Gillis?
Probably. Yes.
Officer, raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth today?
I do, Judge.
Settle in, please. You can take your mask off if you're comfortable, either way. I think we got enough distance here.
Maybe the witness can.
ask if this is the record.
Is it the new format, Ms.
No,
Gillis?
it's not.
Thank you, Jesus.
Thank God. Where does it say it's turned?
There's a new format now.
Oh, my God. Nobody can read them. Nobody can read them.
New approach, you have to remember.
This is
You
that.
can count on this, accident phone, nothing like what I had. Completely different. Tough to read.
Well, the worst part about this new SOS is nobody that I talk to can figure out how it's better than the old one. Nobody can figure out that there's any value to it.
But they paid somebody a lot of money to figure that out.
Unbelievable.
We're having technical difficulties. Doesn't look like it's suspended. Oh, yeah.
611.
But he said it in his report.
Couple magazines I'm gonna read.
Nice.
John,
What'd you say?
I was talking to Mr. Green. Sorry.
Reinstatement fee. Refer to officer hearing, no action. You can get off the stand. And we dismiss count two.
Thank you, Your Honor.
No, I mean, sorry, we dismissed count one.
You're good to go. Stay safe.
We can't find it in the driving record.
Are you resting?
We rest.
Hold on, what's that dated?
It's dated, 8/6 of 2019,
So it was an old record too. Okay.
and this happened
Yeah.
a couple months before, so it should have been fairly accurate about the same time, and I
One more
can't
thing.
find it on here, and I don't know, I just assumed the prosecutor looked and it was
Okay.
there.
All right. So people are making a motion to dismiss the DWLS second count.
No
Any
objection.
Okay.
And if
Anything
people are
else?
resting, defense calls no witnesses.
You're done on the,
We're done, and we'd stipulate to the
Okay.
testimony that was
Okay.
taken at the evidentiary hearing.
Yes, Your Honor, that's true.
I'm sitting up here thinking, I'll be happy to listen to that 22 minutes and render a decision, but I remember my comments.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Gillis, are you all right with me making a decision based on my memory of the testimony from the officer at the evidentiary hearing?
That's fine, Your Honor.
No objection from the defense.
All right. I made the comment then that there was absolutely no way a trier of fact could find without a reason, beyond a reasonable doubt that there was an impairment of the driving from the testimony of the officer. I'm going to find Mr. Graham not guilty.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think it was a personal bond.
Yes.
Thank you, Judge.
No cash. No
Good
cash.
day.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Ms. Gillis, thank you. Be safe.
Oh, I got rid of that.
So the next day.
Yeah, you want that?
The next day, you won't pay.
Yeah, sure,
It's just a reinstatement.
sure.
Okay.
I'm going to share those with my sister. She's a huge fan. Yeah.
Right,
Lisa.
but once you're
Lisa.
terminated, you still aren't reinstated until.
You still have to pay your reinstatement fee.
So this-
I don't either way.
And you know what?
You're gonna see a lot of these, Judge.
And he's valid now.
Listen,
so.
you're gonna see a lot of these with me, and it's like,
Have you seen the new form?
yeah, I get it.
Yes,
I do, and it's really.
Can you
bad.
guys figure it out? Because we've
No,
looked at it. We
we're still
can't figure out how to
working.
use that. How are you supposed to use that at a glance? You can't.
You can't, so it's
Yeah.
the new format,
And I can, did you guys get any like PDF, like stuff that explains it?
I don't think
I'll
so.
email it to you.
Yeah, send it to Mariah.
It's weird. So it'll say for us, like in plain language, if it's you take the plate or you destroy this, they'll say what the actual convictions are, but it like writes it out. It doesn't make, this was 10 times easier to read.
Yep.
Yeah.
The new way is not.
Well, you know, the last new format had like towards the back, had that line of asterisks, and below that it showed all the suspensions.
Correct.
They had. That was fantastic.
Yes, it does not do
For
that.
us, right? I mean, because we look and say, look, go fix this, come back.
Right.
Now.
This guy paid his reinstatement fee the day after he had
Yeah,
the arrest.
but I've looked at the new one and looked at it, and it's like fine. I wouldn't even try to advise a guy on that. It's terrible.
I think they're trying to set it up through all the states nationwide are set up the same way.
Yeah.
All bad.
It's just- Yeah, exactly. It's crazy.
Well, it won't matter next year anyhow, because DWS is going to be a civil infraction.
Exactly. So.
Yeah.
Thanks.
So his suspension had been terminated when he was stopped, but
Right.
he hadn't paid the reinstatement fee. And the next day when he got out of jail, he went
He
and paid the
cleared it.
reinstatement
Smart.
fee.
Yeah. All right, Jane, you got to clear out here because these guys are going to fog it with that
Oh,
nasty
yeah, they
stuff
got
again.
flogged with all that alcohol.
Oh, they got it.
All right. See you next Wednesday.
Be safe, guys.
I'm gonna go home high tonight.
I think next Wednesday.
Paula, you want that file or should we take it up front?
No, I'll take that one because it's a misdemeanor. Heather only takes care of the felonies. Thank you.
We're gonna fog her down if you wanna go back.
Yeah, that's what he said. Phew, boy, that stuff's strong.
Thanks, Ken.
I'm gonna be floating home.
Yeah. I know you don't like that smell, that's why I asked if you wanted to go.
Thank you.
Okay.
You're good.
You're okay.
And then when you set that down, set it with this thing, like, let's see what you're doing. Yeah, yep. You're good.
It's not real tight yet. I can find some paper towels.
Woo. Not too bad.
No. Alcohol, so just a picture real quick.
You want all the other people in here?
Yeah, might as well.
Because it's gonna take a while to hurt them. You ready? Alcohol.
They fogged the room out for sterilization purposes.
Right. We breathe this in and get tipsy?
Right, that's what I'm thinking, so like, what's the after effects of
Take a deep breath.
Right, yeah. pass out.
Wrong kind of alcohol.
It's
Not the right kind of alcohol.
Yeah, it just smells like fruit, like running out.
Yeah. I think that people are really desperate alcoholics.
Really?
They drink cough syrup and stuff.
Yeah, that's true.
I always get that guy in the alcohol monitor and he'll be like, oh, I took NyQuil, I couldn't sleep one night, I didn't drink. Like,
That's
yeah,
what I
okay.
was-
Oh, yeah.
NyQuil or, pain medication. I thought that you use those.
Yeah, someone gave me something, I didn't know, I thought it was just regular Tylenol.
Right.
I didn't know it was a Tylenol free.
Because in all of it, random pills and stuff that we don't know what it is.
Yeah, from people we don't know.
Right.
I'll be right back, Alex.
All righty,
So is this how we're doing this?
unless you want to sit here.
This is the setup?
Yeah, well, yeah, the witness stands me right there, so.
Susan, you sitting here? You're all
Nobody.
sitting? Okay.
He's always, he'll be right here.
Got
So,
it. That's the part I was looking at. I was like, so we got protection this way.
You're good. There's gonna be nobody sitting there.
Okay, cool.
That's what, put the chair in.
I know. It's always good smell.
Yeah.
I was gonna do how we.
Looks good. Look better.
Believe it or not, there's a girl who's lying.
Oh, that's good. There's gonna be here. When you do that, I could go. My life is like $60. I said, well, I'm $60 for this.
You can do that on your own.
I do. I went and bought some clippers and some shavers. I was like, you know, I said, I'm good. It take me probably like 20 minutes.
You got some stuff called, I think it's called Blue Magic. Which you basically put a wipe on your head, and you wipe on your head, and then you just start activating it. It burns a little bit, but once you wipe it off, your head will be like one tail.
You said Blue Magic?
Yeah.
Ain't them the drugs from like from that movie that Denzel Washington was in?
What movie was that?
It's called American Gangster. That was the name of the drugs. It was Blue Magic.
I didn't know that. I ain't seen that.
Don't make it seem like I'm some kind of whatever because I saw that movie. I ain't got time. I watched it on the way to Africa one day.
That's my first time movie. I ain't never watched it.
It's a pretty good movie though.
You seen his new movie, The Little Things? It was like some type of detective or something. You seen King Kong versus Brazil?
Nope.
Not everybody, I thought you would want to see that.
Why?
I know you just look like you like those type of movies. They ain't not wrong.
If I feel like it, right there.
It's pretty. It was good. Don't pay for it. I have to say that.
This little alcohol thing got me feeling a little weird. Isn't it? You should open some doors.
That's good.
Hmm?
You know, if you're in some type of relationship, yeah, I think it's called Blue Magic or something.
You said, hold up.
I think it's called Blue Magic or something.
You see?
I just had a Ghostbuster our office.
Not Ghostbusters.
It's always a good thing.
Oh, jeez.
What?
I said, not Ghostbusters.
Did you see the machine they do it with? It looks like the Ghostbuster machine.
Little tank thing with the
Ghostbuster.
hose.
Yeah,
Well,
it's alcohol, they just spray a bunch of alcohol. All our papers went flying all over the place.
Oh, man. That's deep.
We're just waiting on the judge.
As far as I know.
you have to bang on the judge?
Is this your first day, Monday?
So doesn't the Oakley let us sit down, or does he want us to stand?
He sits either or. He stands. He said, he told us in the last one, we can do either or.
Yeah, wearing a mask.
He stands because his back hurts. He has like one of those desks that you can move up and down, you know, and stuff.
Got it.
And he built himself a bigger table there, I think.
He stood for about the last 4 years.
Pardon?
He stood for about the last 4 years.
You said he's got something back, he built something back
He
there?
had to get a platform on that makes it taller for a bigger desk so you can stand.
Were you in here when I just did that
I
trial?
think the last
I
exam
knew it
I
was
had
gonna
with
go
him,
down, so
he
I just
came
wanted
down
to
and like sat on
go
the
through
table
the
or something down here. I was like, all right, let's go.
Motions, you know?
Yeah, what's it?
So I
I'm the
just asked a
influencer.
few questions
Yeah.
about us,
You
David,
literally
so
did that,
I asked like all the questions I should ask.
He's like,
Hey, if you want to make it more,
Yeah, you knew what you were gonna do.
you know, it's like, Weird.
I think he felt he was just earning his money.
Yeah, because
What's that?
we knew
What's that?
right after the evidentiary, there's just no, it's just terrible. Because the legislature didn't put a
I
number.
have to go to.
Like some states have a number.
Yeah.
Colorado it's 7. That guy would have been found guilty, you know?
Makes it almost impossible.
Right.
I'm missing out. I gotta go to.
People want a number. They want the scientists to get up there and testify.
Yep.
And then they want a number. Even when I was doing carjackings, and it was 6-7 years ago, people wanted really scientific evidence. What scientific evidence do you have with a carjacking? You know, I mean, that's the guy that held a gun to my head and took my car. Nothing scientific
They're
about
not
it.
gonna let you in. No. They're not gonna let you in. Understood. But if he doesn't have a problem with masks on, I'm gonna take him.
Oh, yeah.
Cool. It's really hard to breathe, really hard to talk.
So question, when you had hair, was your beard that thick?
He said what?
When you had hair, was your beard that thick?
No.
So you went bald and you said,
I ain't got time for that. Because my head started balding in like my early 20s. Like probably around somewhere between 21 and 23. Something like that.
you always had them.
I didn't do it grow at one level or another, but I just didn't wear it. I wear it sometimes, not other times. But,
Anytime you move on, you need to do something. So you know,
Please rise. Report this court back in session. O'Brien Earl can preside.
That's strong. Have a seat.
it is. So if you see us stumble a little bit.
And I'm gonna be floating home.
Yeah.
They do this between each and every case.
Yikes. Start slurring words and stuff.
Don't
like
stop
the
me on the
smell.
way home.
Did you say you do like the smell? Well, you know, the guy that does this, usually the guy that does on Tuesdays, every day, he told me that there are buildings he goes to where the people are like, oh, wow. And then he's got people that like leave. Wow, it's just weird. So are we ready on the People versus Avery Holloman?
Yes, we are, Judge.
Appearances, fellas?
Yes, Judge. Alex Curry on behalf of the people, P number 84950.
Good afternoon, Judge. I'm Christopher Sinclair, P 80512, appearing with and on behalf of Mr. Holland, who's present, sitting to my right.
Thank you, gentlemen. And gentlemen, it's okay if you jump to talk, but you don't have to feel like you're on your feet. That's okay. You can sit down.
Yes.
Either way is good. And I'm okay mask on or off, depending on what you're comfortable with. And with all that, we ready with a witness?
Yes, Judge.
Who's that going to be?
Our first witness is Badi Kisala, Jerby Luke Antoine.
Yeah, that was the glue that everybody sniffed, right?
Yeah.
All the way up front here, sir. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth today? Yes, sir. Have a seat. Mr. Curry, your witness.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Kerr.
Would you please state your name for the record, sir?
My name is Batikisala Gurby Luke Antoine.
What would you prefer to be called today?
Luke.
Luke. Luke, where do you live?
Leafs Lane.
Can I have an address?
841 Queen Road, apartment 3.
And I'd like to direct your attention today, Luke, to October 12th of 2020. Where were you then?
I was at Trilogy apartment on Haggerty at my ex-girlfriend's house.
All right, is that at 41430 North Belridge in Van Buren Township?
Yes, sir.
Is that in the county of Wayne?
Yes, sir.
And Luke, you said you were with your girlfriend?
Yes.
Were you guys inside?
Objection, leading.
We was inside the house.
Any
I got-
rules?
Hold on.
I just asked if he was inside his house, Judge. I don't know why that's leading.
It's just an answer. It's
It
not
comes to
open
just an
ended.
answer. Where were you?
Sure. I'll rephrase the question, Judge.
Counsel, I need for you to speak way up. I'm not hearing you at all.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry
Please,
about
thank you.
Where were you?
I was in Trilogy apartment outside, smoking a cigarette in my girlfriend's apartment. I was outside of apartment house in the car smoking cigarettes while I was smoking.
All right, so you're outside in a car.
Smoking.
Are you picking him up, Paul?
I'm picking him up. Perfect.
And Luke, after you smoked the cigarette, what did you do next?
I waited for Avery Hamilton to come up to me.
And who is Avery Hamilton?
This guy.
Judge, could you please identify that man again, possibly by an article of clothing he's wearing?
Wearing a black hoodie with button up on the white glasses. Yes, right.
Judge, can the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant?
No.
Now, Luke, why were you waiting for the defendant?
Because he told me he's gonna pull up on me so we can talk, because we had a conversation.
What does pull up mean?
He's on his way to where I was at.
And what were you guys gonna talk about?
Objection, speculation.
Judge, he's gonna testify to what he remembers they were gonna speak about, not what he, not any speculation.
I think lay a little foundation, you get where you want to go.
Why was Avery coming over to your house? Or to your girlfriend's house, excuse me?
Because he wanted to talk to me about the issue him and I had.
And what was that issue?
He thought I hated
Objection to what he thought.
Yeah, you can't say what he thought. You can say what he told you, but you
He
can't say
told
what he
me-
thought.
Yes,
Thank you,
Your
Judge.
He told me, well, let me pull up on you. I just want to talk to you. I ain't got no problem with you. Let me pull up on you. But let me come to wherever you're at.
Okay, and it was at this time when he told you he was gonna pull up on you that you were in your car smoking a cigarette.
Yes.
And did Avery ever pull up?
Yes, he did.
And what did you do when he got there?
He got there. I was in my car. He see my car.
Objection to what he saw.
I saw
Sustained.
him. He walked inside my car. He sat in the passenger seat. I drove by maybe 1/4 of a mile and my girlfriend.
Objection, narrative.
Ask a question.
So when you were in your car with Avery, we'll go back to there. He gets in your car. You guys drive away, correct? How long were you in the car with Avery?
35 seconds.
What happened after those 35 seconds?
We got outside the car so we could go inside my girlfriend's car.
And what happened after you got, excuse me, what happened after you left the car?
I left the car. I was walking towards the building and then he shot me in the back.
And after you were shot,
He shot me in the back and he realized I was down.
Objection to
Shot
what
me.
he realized.
Sustained. Once again, sir, you can't try to get into his head, say what he did, what you heard, what you saw, but not what you think somebody was seeing or thinking.
Okay.
so he shot you in the back. What did you do when he shot you in the back?
He shot me in the back. I laid there. I was about to act like I was dead and then he shot me again while I was down.
And after he shot you again, what did you do?
I stood up and ran towards the building of the apartment I would go.
I need him to raise his voice.
Yeah, can you repeat that, sir?
I ran to the building of the apartment of my girlfriend, so I could get inside the building. Wasn't able to get inside the building.
Objection, narrative.
After you ran to the building, what did you try to do then?
I tried to open the building, trying to open up the door, but the door was locked. And my girlfriend was on her way to open up the door because I was in.
Objection, lack of foundation.
When you tried to open the door, what did you do after that?
I got shot.
A third time.
I got shot a third time. I turned around and then he shot me 5 more. 7 hits my body in 1 piece.
Were you ever able to get inside the apartment?
after he left, when he led me there, all I remember is my girlfriend opened up the door and then pushing me inside the car.
Did you see your girlfriend open up the door?
Yes,
And after your girlfriend opened up the door, what did you do then?
I walked upstairs, I walked up the stairs and I lay there, bleeding out, crying.
One moment, Judge.
Sure.
Luke, do you remember if anyone came to help you after you were shot?
Yes,
Who came to help you?
my girlfriend. She came, she told me that
Objection, that's hearsay, what she said.
I put my hand and she put her hand on my face, accordingly, I was shooting around.
And did anyone else after that come to your aid?
The neighbors out of the building, two of them came out. One of them told me to just lay there.
Objection, hearsay.
Did anyone, to your knowledge, did anyone call the police?
My girlfriend dog.
Did the police ever
Objection,
arrive?
Objection, lack of foundation.
He can testify to it if he remembers his girlfriend saying he called 911. She called 911.
But we have no foundation for that, Judge. We have him, we have a girlfriend, and then we have suddenly this third person. We don't have any information about how the person got there, anything of that nature.
Luke, did you know that somebody called the police?
Yes,
And how did you know that?
because I seen him call the police. I seen her in her phone calling the police, so I was rushing down there. She down 911. It was my girlfriend dog. You guys can look up.
Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you, Judge. Luke, did the police ever arrive?
Yes, they arrived about 10 minutes later.
And did any other personnel arrive? And without telling me what the paramedic said, what did the paramedic do?
The paramedic came, they patched me up, they put me in one of those things so they can help me, get to the ambulance. It was 4 of them, it was 2 officers and 2 paramedics put me up.
And where did they take you?
They took me inside the ambulance and the ambulance took me to St. Joe Hospital.
And do you remember anything about St. Joe, what you did or what was done to you at St. Joe Hospital?
While I was, as soon as I got to St. Joe Hospital, they put me into anesthesia. And I told them to keep me alive.
Objection to what he told the whatever staff, put him under anesthesia.
What's the objection?
That'd be hearsay, what he said, that's an out of court statement offered.
What he said?
Yeah, that's an
That's not hearsay.
That's an out of court statement, I'm assuming he's offering it for the truth of the matter, sir, that's by definition.
It's his statement. He can testify what he said.
It's still an out of court statement, if he said it at the hospital.
Counsel, I allowed it, you can appeal me. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. So while the paramedics were working on you, what did you tell them?
The paramedic keep asking me about my age, what the age is, just to keep me alive, to keep me up.
Objection to the hearsay of what the paramedic asked, if you could stop talking, please ask the witness. Objection to what the,
Just testify as to what you said.
I was telling the paramedic, my name is Luke Anthony.
and for the record, I'll
Today's
object for,
October
because
12th.
that's also.
Okay, counsel, don't interrupt him. I've already made the ruling that when the witness is testifying as to what the witness said, it's not hearsay. You might not like that, but you can appeal it. You can't just keep talking over the witness.
I interrupted for the objection, so I do have.
It's the same objection I've already ruled on.
I understand that.
And don't do it again.
Okay,
It's gonna be the same objection. I'm gonna let him talk about what he said that night.
I
So your objection is ongoing. Don't interrupt again.
And the
Luke?
record will reflect that statement, of course, and the court is waving his hand at defense counsel saying not to object.
Don't object when he's speaking.
I understand, I'm just
Okay.
making a record, because the appeal judge.
Are you happy with the
is not
record?
in the,
Is
not
the
in
record clear?
It's clear now?
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Luke, what did you tell the paramedics that night?
I told the paramedic my name, my age, and who shot me, Abraham.
Next question.
Back just a little bit from the mic. You're doing good though on that.
Luke, going back to just after you and Avery were in the car, and just after he shot you, Did you see a gun in Avery's hand?
Yes,
What kind of gun was it?
38
Is that a,
round, 8 round, 38 caliber gun.
is it a pistol?
What kind of gun?
It's a pistol.
What did you say? What kind of gun? Before you said pistol, what kind of gun?
38.
Okay.
I believe it was 38 8 round.
All right, I'm missing that word.
8 round.
8 round, thank you.
Okay. No further questions for this witness.
Mr. Sinclair, your witness.
Yes, sir. So, you testified that, you and Mr. Hamilton, met at, was it your girlfriend's apartment, or what was the initial meeting point?
Trilogy apartment.
Okay, and do you know who lived there?
My girlfriend.
So, Mr. Hamilton was at your girlfriend's apartment?
No, he never got.
So the initial meeting place was, based on your testimony, led me to believe you started at one place and drove to another place. Is that correct?
He met me at the office of the apartment building. And we got inside my car, we drove to the house, same building. Less than 35 seconds, like I said, we got out of the car, and he shot me in the back.
Okay. Was there any conversation in the car?
Nothing. I shouldn't know. He didn't say nothing. He came in and said no.
Okay, please just answer the question that I asked. I know there's a lot that you want to say, but please limit your answer to what I'm asking. Fair enough?
Yes.
Okay, so you drove the 35 seconds to the second location. At that point, did you have any idea of the reason that Mr. Hamilton actually requested to speak with you?
I know why he wanted to speak with me. He called me, he told me on the phone that he wanted to speak with me because he had a problem thinking that I talked to his girlfriend.
Okay, and that's the only kind of, if I can say the word beef, that was between the two of you? Were you armed that day, sir?
No.
Okay, what time of day did this situation happen?
After 10.
Is that PM or is that AM?
After 10 p.m.
Okay, when you were walking, what were you doing with your hands?
My hand was in my pocket because it was raining and it was cold.
Okay, that you remember or that you noticed was
I know
with,
that.
say it again?
I know that's what.
No, you have to let me ask the question and then you can answer. Fair enough?
Okay.
Okay, thank you. That you noticed, was there any other persons outside or in vehicles around the location that you had arrived at after driving for 35 seconds?
What? You know repeat the question?
I can, and I'll make it a shorter question. When you say you drove from one point 35 seconds to another location, right?
Mhm.
And at that second location, did you notice whether there were any persons outside at that location?
No.
You didn't notice or there were no persons?
The only person that was with me.
That's a yes or no, please.
No. He was the only person that was with me in my car.
Okay. Did you notice any person standing outside?
No, I didn't pay attention.
Okay. Did you notice any other persons like inside any vehicles or anything of that nature at that second location?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. So at the time that the first shot, that you heard the first shot, you said your back was to the Mr. Hamilton person that you identified, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So fair to say you didn't see who fired that first shot?
Yes, I did. At the first shot, no. He shot me in the back. I laid there. Yeah.
Okay.
So I didn't know he shot me the first time, but I know.
Okay, I need you to stop. And again, I'm just gonna ask that you just answer the question that I'm asking. Is that fair enough? Okay.
Counsel, hold on just a minute. Try not to answer with mm-hmm,
Oh,
yes,
yes.
no, so it's audible because she's recording
Yes.
and she can't record on mm-hmm. Okay? Thank you, counsel.
Thank you. 1 second, please. And Mr., you say you want to be referred as Luke, right? Mr. Luke, just out of respect. How many shots would you say you heard fired?
8.
Okay. How many shots actually hit you?
7.
Okay. At the time, so I need an idea of kind of geography, location, things of that nature. So at the time the first shot was fired, where were you in relation to the building?
I know it's not a question.
You were outside of a building at the time that the first shot was fired, correct?
Yes.
Can you describe the building to me?
It's an apartment complex building.
I'm sorry, the last thing I heard was apartment complex building.
It's an apartment complex building. It's about six.
3 stories, 3 floors.
3 floors and six apartment building. 6 apartment in the building.
Okay, would you say you were located toward the corner of the building, the middle of the building, or one side or the other?
Stand up building is right here.
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
The right side of the building.
The right side of the building,
Yes.
okay? And toward the right side of the building, is that a corner of a building? Or is there, more of a building that extends beyond where you were?
I was probably 10 feet away from the door.
You said 10 feet from the door?
Yes.
How far from where you were standing was the end of the building?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Yes, it's an apartment complex building. It's a Trinity apartment complex building.
Okay, and when you say you were 10 feet from the door, do you mean distance between the door and maybe the parking lot? Or 10 feet, like away from the door toward the end of the building?
10 feet away from the door and 2 feet before within my car. This is my car. I was standing right in the building.
I need you to answer that again. I need a better understanding. I know you did some motions. You pointed next to you, you pointed in front of you, you pointed toward the door of the courtroom.
Yes. Okay, I get out of the car. I get out of the car is parked. I would say the entrance of the building is where that man is standing.
So that man, security officer in the courtroom, can someone help me estimate how far that is?
I'd say that's probably close to 22 feet.
Okay, 22 feet away from your car to the front door, okay?
No, yeah, from my car to the front.
Okay, and at what point, well, let's go back here. You said your car was parked, fair to say that the front end of your car was 22 feet from the door?
Yeah.
And were there any other cars parked next to you, to the right or to the left of your vehicle?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you're outside of your car, standing at the front end, looking at the building, how many cars would you say are behind you?
It's not everybody was at home.
I'm sorry, say that again?
A lot of it was up. The building was apartment complex. The parking lot was filled. It was 10 o'clock, so everybody was at home.
Okay, so would you say more than 10 cars?
Say about less.
You said less than 10? Maybe more than 5? Okay, fair enough. Okay, so we established you're 22 feet away from the door. About how far to the right and how far to the left is there, does the building cover as it relates to the
I
door?
don't know. I can't tell you because I don't know. It's not efficient. It's not efficient.
You said it's not efficient to you?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
How do I want to approach this? Okay, so you said it's 22 feet from where you are to the front door of the building.
I say 10 feet.
But using the items in the courtroom, we established that was about 22 feet, correct?
My eyes are about 10.
Let me stop you, Luke. I think where we're getting off track is he said, he testified that he was 10 feet from the door when he got shot. And then we got to how far was the car from the building. So I think we're talking about 2 different dimensions.
Exactly.
Right, well, maybe I misunderstood.
Yeah.
Okay, so thank you for that clarification, Jeff. So if the car was 22 feet from the front door, so you're saying you walked about halfway from your car to the front door before the first shot was fired?
Yes.
Okay.
I was walking. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Got it. So thank you for that clarification. Okay, so at what point did you see anybody come to the door after the shots were fired?
Yes, I went to the door to open up the door and then.
No, let me pause you. I said, did you see anyone come to the apartment complex door?
Yes,
Okay, and who's that person?
my girlfriend,
What's her name?
Kenny.
Okay, so by the time she got to the door, had all the shots been fired?
No,
Do you know how many shots were fired by the time that Kenya got to the door?
2.
So 2 shots had been fired or 2 more after she got to the door?
No. He shot, after she got to the door, he shot me 6 more.
So you're saying Mr. Hamilton shot you 6 times after somebody got to the door?
Yes.
Okay.
Somebody, they didn't open up the door.
Well, there's no question on the floor. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna ask you to keep your voice way up, okay? Thank you. I understand, people aren't used to it, so.
How long have you known Mr. Hamilton?
A year.
Okay. And what's the nature of the relationship?
You neighbor,
Right, directly next door, same building, across the street?
same building.
Okay. Do you have a CPO?
No.
Okay. Have you been around Mr. Hamilton while you had a weapon?
No.
Okay. Okay. 1 second, please. Yeah, last couple, I'm almost done. You had known each other for about a year, your neighbors. Had the 2 of you had any negative, quote unquote, negative interactions?
Sometimes, yeah.
And had they ever been physical?
No.
Okay, just maybe some verbal arguments or something of that, something like that?
He never put his hand.
Okay, fair enough. And I don't have any further questions.
1 moment, Judge. Sure.
Very briefly on redirect, Judge, if I may.
Sure.
Luke, when you got out of the car, you testified that you were walking back to your apartment, correct?
Yes?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Well, I'd object to that because that wasn't the testimony.
Testimony was he was walking to his girlfriend's apartment.
Where was Avery while you were walking to your girlfriend's apartment?
Behind.
No further questions, Judge.
Nothing. We're good.
Sir, thank you for your
Wait.
time. Watch your step.
I'm sorry, my client just wanted to say something. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. No recross?
No.
Thank you for your time, sir. Watch your step on the way down. Who's your next witness?
Judge, one more witness, the people call paramedic Jordan Sutton.
Mr. Sutton, come on up. Miss Sutton, I'm sorry. That's one of those names, Jordan.
Yeah.
Raise your right hand. Swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? Come on up. Settle in. Counsel, your witness.
Thank you, Judge. Would you please briefly state your name for the record?
My name is Jordan Sutton,
And Miss Sutton, where are you employed?
Huron Valley Ambulance.
Miss Sutton.
I'm sorry. Huron Valley Ambulance,
And how long have you been there?
about a year.
Did you receive any sort of training for that role?
I did,
And did that training ever involve response to shootings
yeah,
and how to address shootings?
yes.
And Ms. Sutton, I want to direct your attention to October 12th, 2020. Were you working that day?
I was.
What capacity were you working?
I was working on an ALS unit as a paramedic.
And did your duties that night take you to 41430 North Belridge,
They did,
then Van Buren Township
yes,
in the county of Wayne?
yes.
And what was the nature of your call to that resident, or that location?
We got a call for a male victim.
Objection to the use of we.
I responded to a call for a male with multiple gunshot wounds.
And Ms. Sutton, did you eventually arrive at that location?
Yes,
And Ms. Sutton, what did you do or see when you arrived at that location?
I arrived at the apartment, went upstairs, saw the victim lying on the ground. Officers were on scene with a couple of other people. I'm not sure who they were.
And Ms. Sutton,
Yeah.
when you observed that, What did you do next?
I asked the officer what was going on. The victim had multiple gunshot wounds to the abdomen and the legs. They were already dressed with occlusive dressings, and I wanted transport very quickly, so we got him on a sheet and got him to the ambulance.
And when the victim was on the ambulance, what did you do then?
Started treatment and started transport.
And what did that treatment entail?
So it's a major trauma protocol, shock protocol. So I want him to stay warm. I want him in a supine position. I want IVs and vitals.
Do you recall that victim's name?
Yeah, he went by Luke.
Thank you, Ms. Sutton. And Ms. Sutton, when Luke was in the ambulance, did you guys go, did you go anywhere?
We did. I'm sorry. I did. I transported to St. Joseph Mercy in Ann Arbor.
And what sort of events occurred at St. Joseph?
I took him to a resus bay, resuscitation, and transferred care over to their team.
And did that conclude your involvement?
Yes, I gave a verbal report, and that was it.
Okay, and Ms. Sutton, how many gunshot wounds were on the victim?
I saw 5.
No further questions at this time, Judge.
Mr. Singleton?
Yes, 1 second, please.
Sure.
No cross check.
Thank you.
No, I'm sorry. I have one question.
Go ahead.
I apologize. At the beginning of your testimony, you used an acronym. I didn't know what it meant. You said you were on ALS or something like that. What does that mean?
Advanced life support.
Okay, and that's the paramedic squad team name or something like that?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. No further questions. Shirley.
Any follow-up?
Ms. Sutton, forgive me, I'm not well versed in medical procedures. You testified earlier that there were 5 gunshot wounds on the victim.
Objection. Whatever he's about to ask is outside of the scope of my cross.
Sounds like it's going to be.
I'll sit down then, Judge.
Okay. Ms. Sutton, thank you very much for your time. Watch your step on the way out.
Thank you.
That ramble trip you going both ways.
Yeah.
And you're free to leave.
Thanks.
Judge, we have one more witness. This can be very quick.
Okay.
And that would be Officer King.
Kane?
King. K-I-N-G.
What's the first name?
Mark King. Doesn't actually
Got it.
say. Oh, got it. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Judge.
Raise your right hand. Swear to affirm, tell the truth, all truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Settle in. Mr. Curry, your witness.
Thank you, Judge. Please state your name for the record.
Mark King,
And Mr. King, where are you employed?
Van Buren Township Police Officer.
So you, in what capacity are you employed with?
I'm a police officer.
Officer, okay. And how long have you been there?
Been there since February 14th, 2014.
Did you-
7 years.
Excuse me, I'll let you finish. Did you receive any sort of training for that role?
I did.
Did that training include responding to gunshots or addressing gunshots?
Yes, sir.
And Officer King, I want to direct your attention to October 12th of 2020. Were you employed that day?
It was.
Or that night, excuse me? And did your capacity as an officer take you to 41430 North Belridge in Van Buren Township
It did.
in the county of Wayne?
Yes, sir.
What was the nature of that call?
It was a shooting call where we had a victim down in the hallway after receiving multiple gunshot wounds.
Did you eventually arrive at that location?
I did. I was the first officer there.
Did you observe any gunshot victim?
I did. That's, when we found, Mr. Gerby, Luke, and Antoine on the floor, on the second floor landing of the, apartment building there.
Now, Officer King, did you observe the gunshot wounds themselves?
I did. I actually treated them before the ambulance got there.
How many gunshot wounds were there?
I found 5. There were, 2 other that I thought possibly could have been.
Objection, there's gonna be a lack of foundation for that second part of what the officer is testifying about.
There's going to be a lack of foundation?
It sounded like it was, just like I objected previously, it sounded like that was gonna go outside the cross, so, just trying to jump in there.
Gotcha. Mr. Curry, can you lay a foundation for
Yes.
what we're gonna hear about the extra 2?
Yes, I can, Judge.
Thank you.
You testified to seeing 5 gunshot wounds.
Yes, sir.
Were those entry wounds?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
And what constitutes an entry wound?
Usually small holes.
Objection, I think that would call for expert witness testimony. There's been no foundation as it relates to
I don't
that.
think so. We'll find out. I'll give you a little leeway. Let's see what he says and why he says it.
Go ahead, officer.
The entry wounds, and through my experience, entry wounds are typically a little bit smaller, with minimal bleeding most of the times, and exit wounds are gonna be a lot bigger, and you'll actually see, flesh blow out.
Did you observe any of those bigger wounds?
I did. There's 2 of those in the back of the leg, but they could have been entry wounds too. My focus at that point was not to determine what was entry, what was exit. It was just to find and control bleeding and to find the holes and maintain treatment to those until the ambulance got there.
And what was the purpose of doing that first?
Well, to save the victim's life.
Thank you. No further questions, Judge.
Mr. Sinclair.
1 second, please. Right, no cross search.
Thank you. Officer King, you're all set.
Thanks, John.
Watch your step. Be well. Mr. Curry, anything else for the people?
That would be all for the witnesses, Judge.
All right,
No witnesses for defense.
I'm ready for argument.
Should I wait for the witness to leave or?
Please.
Officer King, you can leave. Thank you. Go ahead.
Judge, the people at this time would move to bind this over as charged. First and foremost, we heard from Luke. I won't attempt to, I think I pronounced his name correctly earlier, but we heard from a credible, solemn witness who was within an inch of his life, Judge. He was shot, he testified to 7 times.
There's no.
I'm sorry?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay. I thought you were Jeff something. That's my fault.
Yeah.
Judge, we're briefly repeating, we heard from a credible, solemn witness who testified to being shot 7 times, who testified that Avery shot him, testifying to seeing the gun. Not only did he testify that it was a pistol, Judge, he said it was a 38 round. That level of specificity clearly links the defendant to the victim. And we heard about the severity of the gunshot wounds from paramedic Sutton and then from Officer King, who observed what he, albeit with a little bit of speculation, could be entry or exit wounds, but that's at least a question of fact. But Judge, at the very least, we have met our burden today of probable cause that, and this should be bound over as charged. Thank you.
Mr. Sinclair.
Well, Judge, the first thing I'll say is credibility is a determination for this court to make as to the witness's testimony. He said he was shot 7 times, but the paramedic and the officer that testified after him didn't find, let me put it that way, 7 gunshot wounds. They didn't find 7 holes. So that's a credibility issue there, since, we kind of got there on, at bind over argument. Also, Mr. Luke said Avery Hamilton shot him. My client is not Avery Hamilton. So we need to find out who Avery Hamilton is and arrest that person and bring that person to exam and charge that person with shooting him. He also Mr. Luke also testified that he didn't see he didn't see the first shot being fired. He said that he testified there were more than 5 cars, less than 10 cars around. and that there were people. He didn't notice whether people were standing outside, but he said there were possibly people that were also there at the time. So there's no way for Mr. Luke to know or testify about who initially fired the first shot, and then the rest of it. I'll stop there. That just points out some of the issues that I have with this testimony. But the major issue is Mr. Luke said Avery Hamilton shot him, and my client is not Avery Hamilton. So I ask the court to dismiss the case until we find out who Avery Hamilton is.
Judge, with respect to defense counsel's argument, it's a semantics game. Luke identified the defendant seated beside Mr. Sinclair very quickly, pointed him out, kept referring to him during these proceedings. And the amount of gunshot wounds that defense counsel talks about is at the very least a question of fact to determine whether those were entry or exit wounds. So one last time, Judge, if people would move to bind this over as charged.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. I'm going to bind over on counts 1, 2, 3, and 4. Mr. Luke, I'll take the safe route. Mr. Luke identified Mr. Holloman by pointing him out, describing the clothing he wore, said that he knew him for a year, said they lived in the same building. The fact that he got his name wrong is not a concern to me, especially in light of the fact that it's fairly obvious to me that Mr. Luke's first language is not English. I thought he did a pretty good job. AOI date will be 2 weeks from today. It should be the 5th. And unless I hear anything real quick, I'm going to continue bond.
Judge, very briefly, if the people would have no objection to continuing bond, but if the court could remind the defendant that there is to be to my understanding, there is to be no contact between the defendant and the victim. It's my understanding from officers seated to my right, as well as officer who testified today, that there has been some sort of anonymous contact on the complaining witness, and the complaining witness is not able to make out who that is or what exactly it is they want, which is why the people would be satisfied with continuing the bond, but as long as the court would remind the defendant that there is to be no contact with the victim.
I'm trying to find a no contact order on the bond. Well, let's put it this way. If there isn't a no contact bond order or condition on the bond, there is now. So make no contact, don't have your friends check on him, no tweets, no posts, Facebook postings, no social media. You see him at Burger King, you're eating at Taco Bell, no contact. He doesn't exist to you as far as this case is concerned. Clear?
Yes.
Mr. Sinclair?
Sure.
Anything else?
No, Judge.
Good luck downtown, gentlemen.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You as well, Mr. Sinclair.
It's good to see you. It's been a while.
Always. No problem.
Still coming from my drink.
You want to
It makes one of a cocktail.
no comment.
No, obviously not right now.
I'm sorry about my mumbo jumbo there.
No, that's fine. Sometimes people don't realize that these microphones are so old.
Right.
That's, when we get into the new building, the system is much better. But these
Thank you, Judge.
microphones.
Oh, you're welcome.
I used to pick up a gospel station
Really?
between like 8:30 and 11 every day. And sometimes they get the Mississippi Mud Choir on there.
Oh, wow.
And I couldn't, you could actually, when I'm typing back, you could actually hear them singing.
Oh, wow. That's crazy.
They did get that fixed.
Right. So we'll look forward to the new building for new equipment and easier days.
Yeah, I do.
Yes, ma'am. Have a good day.
Thank you.
No offense,
I
Paul.
think the other issue.
I don't think we're worth it either. I mean, I'm sorry.
But it had to do with, they live in the same duplex in Ipsy. There was a shooting at the duplex the day before involving him. So he's a suspect in the shooting in Ipsy the day before. Because he disrespected him about bringing his gun into the apartment. He wanted there. So they lit up the apartment. Nobody heard on that one. He, back over into a friend of his, staying there, to his girlfriend's.
I'm just glad they don't buy better ammunition.
Accurate.
That's amazing that guy lived.
Watch, I just told you, thank God the bad guys buy bad ammo.
Well, the sad thing is,
You know, if they were all buying duty ammo,
oh yeah, using ball ammo.
I was waiting from this morning.
but you know why? They buy the cheap stuff.
Hi, Stephanie, how are you, honey?
Oh, yeah, I can't imagine.
So he got him on Ashford. He was like, maybe you, distance, the first round.
Ashford.
It's all on video. Why did we have to?
Do Patterson's first.
You want Well, the only thing it doesn't
Yeah.
show is the actual
Okay,
shooting
I'll
because
have
we were asking like distance of the wall and stuff.
Yeah.
So if it was about 10 feet. It's probably another 10 or 12 feet to the north. So he just got off camera view, and took the first round.
Okay.
And then again. he-
So Jane, why did I hear from the officer and the paramedic?
I texted you, Mike, and said, he's got it, bind over. And I told him, I said, I don't think you need anybody else, it's fine. And he goes, I'm just gonna call the paramedic.
I got a victim that said this guy shot me.
Yeah, I
Well,
mean,
think-
that's probably
Because
cause.
he asked me, because of the confusion of the bullets, how many rounds.
I don't think it matters. You shoot me 3 times, you shoot me 100 times. You're
Because
trying to kill me.
He asked me, do we need King? I'm like, well, he'll at least, because he's a paramedic too, so he can at least answer the medical side of it and how many bullet holes that he
Right.
may have treated.
I don't think it matters.
It would be
You?
AWIM even if he didn't hit him,
I don't
if he hit the
think,
wall.
I don't think the number of bullet holes in me matters. I mean, it matters to me, but
Right.
I don't think it matters at the preliminary
Were
exam.
you kept having problems? He couldn't say his R's. He
He's-
said them as
he's-
W's.
He's got a little accent. I'm trying to place it. I
Oh,
couldn't
yeah,
place
he's
it.
not born,
He's
he's
only
not,
been here like
Yeah.
5 or
he's
6
got an
years.
accent, he's not born here.
No, he's got, that's why I said, I thought he did a real good job. with
But
what
he
was
would
doing.
say it was waning and cold.
But it was,
He
I
couldn't say
just
his
couldn't
R's.
figure out where it was from.
Where is he
Any
from?
major
I don't-
injections at Los
Mike, do you know?
Oh, Jesus, I know.
Actually, counsel, I can't have you in here right now.
Oh,
They're gonna,
We're gonna fog in here.
we're not gonna do the exam, can we just?
I want
Just-
to proceed with the exam. Unless, are you dismissing it?
Well, no, it's just that we don't have the certified record from Washington County for the FIP, so if, I'm gonna ask her in German, if you don't give me an German, I'm required to refile on a gun case.
I understand that, but I'm not gonna give you an adjournment if
So-
it's date and time scheduled today.
where
So
was
let's
he?
put it on the record. Which one is this?
Where
But
was-
he's from Nigeria.
Patterson?
Don't touch anything. We haven't fogged yet.
Okay.
Isn't it?
I got all my cleaning.
Who
stuff
is
anyway.
this?
He's seen.
Which file?
Patterson.
Like
Patterson. All right. Paul, are you on?
Marcus is on both cases, though. I just thought we could stand here and,
Okay. Are we got the same problem on both of them?
well, Ashford, the officer didn't show up nor the OIC, so I probably won't refile on
Gotta
that.
jump the gun. Did you want us to?
Well, hold on a minute. Maybe not.
All right, I got Mr. Patterson up the door. You want him inside?
Paul, are you on?
I am, sir. I'm
Okay.
sorry. I
Which
thought
one do you
were
want me to call first?
With Patterson's in here, I guess we can go ahead and just call Patterson.
All right.
And if Ashford's gonna be a dismissal, I can just waive her appearance and then relay the information to her.
I don't want you to touch anything because we haven't fogged in here yet.
Okay.
So just come up here and stand next to your attorney. All right?
Okay.
Counsel, your appearance for Quan Patterson.
Jane Gillis on behalf of the people.
Good afternoon, Stephanie Farkas, P74227 from Neighborhood Defender Service, appearing on behalf of Juan Patterson, who's present standing to my right. State your name for the record.
Quan
Jane.
Patterson?
Thank you.
Jane, please get by a microphone.
Sorry.
I gotta
All right,
text
so
you.
Ms. Gillis, from our off-record conversation, I understand the people are not ready to proceed with the exam today.
Yeah, we don't have, yes, Your Honor, we don't have a certified record of his prior record, which would be required. Defense doesn't want to stipulate, so we'll, I asked for an adjournment,
All right.
or we could do an in progress.
I'm assuming that means you're suggesting we take some testimony?
We could take some testimony, and then I could bring back the certified record in a few weeks.
I'm okay with that, Judge. I'm ready to proceed today, and the officers are here, so I think we can go forward with
Okay.
the officers rather than having to have them come back again.
Okay,
If the court-
let's do that then.
Want to get Alex? I don't know if Alex wants.
Well, hold on a minute. It sounds like Ashford might be quick.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. And I got a fog at some point.
Okay, we can
So
step out.
I'm gonna ask you to step out, okay, until we're ready for you. Let's do Ashford real quick.
Yep, and then I'll step back out.
Don't touch anything. People versus Police Ashford.
Jane Gillis on behalf of the people.
And good afternoon, Stephanie Farkas, P74227, appearing on behalf of Ms. Ashford. Given the circumstances of how we're proceeding, Your Honor, I'd ask the court to waive Ms. Ashford's physical appearance today.
No
Your Honor, at
object-
this point, it was set for 2:30. I do not have the officer in charge nor the officer who would be required to testify.
Right.
And with that, Judge, I'd ask the court to dismiss without prejudice.
Done.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, now give me some fog in the room.
So Ashford was dismissed.
Thanks, Jamie.
No problem.
Let me get out of here
I think
before you
that'll
do
do it.
that.
Oh, no, the new CDC rules, I gotta fog you guys too. Fauci says it's gotta be done.
You know what Fauci could do with it.
Put your 6 max on.
Get vaccinated.
He wants to kill people because you can't breathe through 6 damn masks.
Whole thing's a joke.
Well, not a joke, but he is.
No, the virus is not, but the way they're handling this.
Yeah, that's why I said, this
Yeah.
isn't a joke, but Fauci is.
Yep.
Smells like alcohol.
I had one in here earlier and I said, you know,
Makes you want to go get a margarita.
exactly. This smells like college.
Like that rough bottom shelf vodka.
Yeah, the pop lock and the Kamchatka.
Then the old MD.
Hey, Stephanie?
Yeah.
Did you?
Yeah, so we're gonna do testimony today,
Okay.
and then the judge is gonna let us, you guys,
Okay,
you know, continue the exam to get done.
gotcha. Okay, thank you.
So who's this for taking?
Well, you gonna? Sorry, watch it.
I'm sorry, Dan.
I heard you were coming.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you come out.
No problem. On.
I am.
People versus Quan Patterson. Appearances?
Alex Curry on behalf of the people, Judge, P number 84950.
And good afternoon again, Judge Stephanie Farkas, P74227, appearing on behalf of Mr. Patterson.
Thank you. Let's get started. Who's our first witness?
Yes, Judge, the people call Officer Valevska.
Thanks, Mike.
I'm looking for her first name now, Judge.
She'll know it.
Was that Katrina? Katrina. Yeah.
Officer, raise your right hand. Swear, affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I swear.
Come out, settle in. Watch your step. You make. Mr. Curry, go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Would you please state your name for the record?
Katerina Veloska.
And where are you? Oh, excuse me.
KATERINAVELESKA.
And Ms. Valeska, where are you employed?
Van Buren Township Police Department,
How long have you been there?
10 months now.
And this, Officer Valeska, I would like to direct your attention to September 26, 2020. Were you working that day?
Oh, yes, sir.
In what capacity were you working?
I was working as a police officer with the training officer.
Were you, and what was the name of that training officer?
Officer Short,
And to your recollection, were you in a fully marked vehicle?
correct.
And were you, what sort of uniform were you wearing?
My uniform that I'm wearing right now.
Okay. Sorry, there are some different ones sometimes downtown. And Officer Valeska, did your duties as an officer take you to the place of East I-94 in Haggerty
Yes,
in Van Buren Township?
yes,
Is that in Wayne County?
correct.
What drew you to that location?
I had a traffic stop at that location.
And Officer Valeska, why'd you make that traffic stop?
I was advised through radio that there was a vehicle that had left the scene of accident by another officer in our department. It was a gray Dodge Charger. I happened to be traveling in Baltimore Road northbound, and I saw a same model description. So I turned around and followed the vehicle. When I followed the vehicle, I observed that the vehicle was failing to maintain its lane, was swerving. So I conducted a traffic stop.
Okay. And when you conducted your traffic stop, Officer Valeska, what did you do next?
I activated my lights and then I approached driver's side.
And were you able to identify that driver?
Correct.
Who was the driver?
Juan Patterson.
Is that person in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Would you please identify that person, possibly by an article of clothing they're wearing?
He's sitting, wearing a dark gray and black plaid shirt and a black mask with a Nike sign on it.
Noted. Thank you, Judge. And Officer Valeska, was the defendant able to produce a driver's license?
Correct, he was.
And did you notice anything about the defendant at this time?
Yes. While I was talking to him at the window, he had slurred speech, and there was a odor of marijuana coming out. I did ask him a couple of questions.
What questions did you ask him?
Where was he coming from?
And what happened? Did you ask him any other questions?
I don't recall what all the questions
That's
I
fine.
asked. But,
After you asked those questions, what happened next?
I asked him to step out of the vehicle so I can do a further investigation and from what I observed.
And what sort of further investigation did you do?
It was my partner, Officer Short, who was training me, did field sobriety tests on to establish if he was
Right.
driving.
What were the results of those field sobriety tests?
There was a PVC done, it was 0.237. And then after that, he was placed under arrest for driving while operating.
So the car couldn't leave that location then?
No.
Was there anybody else in the car?
Yes, there was 2 passengers.
Okay. No further questions at this time, Judge.
Ms. Fargus?
Yes, Judge. Good afternoon, officer.
Good afternoon.
All right, so when you first initiated the traffic stop, it was because you were investigating another hit and run matter, correct?
I wasn't correct.
Okay, and so as part of that initial investigation, you actually sat in your vehicle for maybe about 10 minutes or so during the beginning of the stop, correct?
I sat in my vehicle.
Yeah, so you made contact with Mr. Patterson.
Okay.
And then went back to the vehicle and then was doing some additional investigation regarding the hit and run for about 10 minutes or so. Would you say sounds about right?
Correct.
Okay. And then after that is when you went back to the vehicle and made a secondary contact with Mr. Patterson.
Correct.
And then that is when you're indicating that you observed the smell of marijuana and the slurred speech from Mr. Patterson.
I observed it the first time I made contact with him.
Okay. And then the secondary contact, though, is when you had him step out of the vehicle.
Correct.
Okay. And then you take him out of the vehicle, you put him in front of the patrol car, and then that's when you start conducting the field sobriety test, right?
I wasn't conducting that.
Well, your partner
Yes,
started.
correct.
And you were present while
Yes.
he was doing those field sobriety
Yes.
tests. Okay. And those field sobriety tests lasted approximately, like 30 minutes. Would you say that was about right? Between the observation period time that you guys had to, you did the field sobriety, sorry, let me break that down. So you start with the field sobriety test. So there's several field sobriety tests. The horizontal gaze test is done, correct?
Correct.
He has the counting test that your partner does for Mr. Patterson, alphabet, right? The one-legged stand, and then the walk and turn, right?
Thank you.
Yes. Yes.
Yes, okay. And so though you guys get through those field sobriety tests, and those tests would last approximately 10 minutes? Does that sound about right?
About right, yes.
Okay. And then you also had to wait some additional time for the observation period before you had Mr. Patterson do the preliminary breath test, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that additional time passed. And so total between the time of when Mr. Patterson first gets taken out of your vehicle to when he actually does the preliminary breath test and then gets placed under arrest, would you say that was more than 30 minutes?
I don't think there was more than 30 minutes, but I would say approximately 30 minutes.
Okay. And during that time, that whole time you guys are doing this, the two passengers are still sitting in Mr. Patterson's car, correct?
Correct.
And there is a front seat passenger, correct?
Front, yes.
And then there's one other individual in the back seat that is on the passenger side back seat, correct?
Yes, rear, right.
Okay. And you took Mr. Patterson out of the vehicle. You didn't notice anything sitting on his seat, correct?
No.
Okay. And that whole time that these field sobriety tests and this operating under influence investigation is going on, you nor your partners take the passengers out of the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And at some point, though, the passengers are told that they could leave the scene, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the information from the passengers, you got just basic name information from the passengers, correct? During the investigation, you and your partner?
We did not identify the passengers at that time.
Okay. Do you know how the passengers were identified? Because they're listed on.
By Mr. Patterson.
I'm sorry?
By Mr. Patterson.
Okay, so you and your partner didn't even ask for identification from these other individuals, correct?
Correct.
And the time that they were left unattended in the vehicle was approximately 30 minutes, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And during that whole time in the vehicle, you and your partner turn your back to the vehicle, correct?
Possibly, yes.
And you're not really looking into the vehicle or paying attention to the occupants of the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Your main attention was focused on Mr. Patterson, right?
Yes.
But there was some information ran regarding a potential license for one of the passengers though, correct?
Yes, after Mr. Patterson had told us.
Okay, so let's hash that out a little bit. So Mr. Patterson identifies one of the occupants while you guys are speaking to him inside your vehicle or outside the vehicle.
Yes.
And at that point, then that person is identified, is it Christopher Tubbs?
Correct.
And he was the front seat passenger or back seat passenger, do you know?
I can't recall.
Okay. And Mr. Tubbs does have a driver's license, correct? It comes back as him having a valid license?
Correct.
Yeah. And then you actually offered to have Mr. Patterson release his vehicle to Mr. Tubbs, correct?
I don't recall that.
Okay. If it's on the body cam, you wouldn't dispute that, right?
No.
Okay. But do you recall that Mr. Patterson was not willing to release his vehicle to either of the occupants of the vehicle?
I can't recall.
Okay.
What the conversation was.
Keep your voice up.
Okay. I can't recall what the conversation was.
Okay.
This time.
But at some point, you guys end up having to impound the vehicle because it was not able to be released from the scene, correct?
We do inventory search every time we arrest somebody. So that, at that time, it was determined that we're not gonna release the vehicle after the search.
Okay. So you're saying that you did an inventory search before determining whether or not you were going to release the vehicle?
An inventory search was done post-arrest.
Okay. But it wasn't a search incident to arrest, correct?
It was.
But Mr. Patterson was away from the vehicle at that time and already secured in your vehicle, correct?
Yes, he was.
Okay, and then you guys didn't search or make any contact of the passengers of the vehicle, correct?
No, we did not, not of the passengers, no.
Okay. And, so during the whole time that this investigation is going on with Mr. Patterson, it's approximately 50 minutes into the stop until these two passengers of the vehicle are actually permitted to leave the scene, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and they actually are picked up by another vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And nobody from law enforcement made any contact with the person that picked these individuals up either, correct?
I believe Officer Briggs did. I can't recall. I didn't.
Okay, so to your knowledge, you didn't have any contact with
Yes,
it?
correct.
Okay.
I didn't have.
And to your knowledge, these two other individuals weren't checked or patted down before they left the scene either, correct?
Correct.
Okay. If I could have a moment, Judge.
Sure.
Nothing further, Judge.
Very briefly, Your Honor. Officer Valeska, what sort of search was done on the vehicle?
Inventory search.
And defense counsel asked you questions about the passengers of that vehicle. Did you observe the passengers do anything during the time that you were, the 30 minutes, or I believe 30 to 40 minutes that you were conducting other investigatory matters?
No.
Then Officer Valeska, when is it, according to your procedure, when is it prudent to conduct an inventory search?
After an arrest.
One moment, Judge.
Sure.
Officer Valeska, what is typical of a car when you conduct an inventory search, if that makes sense? I can rephrase if that's confusing.
You confused me, so do not,
Okay.
try again.
Officer Valeska, why does the Van Buren Police Department conduct inventory searches?
To make sure that there's nothing to do in the vehicle.
Nothing further, Judge.
Ms. Vargas.
And just one clarification. You personally did not recover anything from the vehicle, correct?
No, I did not.
Okay.
You can step down. Watch your step. Stay safe. Griggs is next.
One more, Judge. Yes,
Thank
Officer
you.
Griggs.
Good afternoon, Officer Griggs.
Whatever you judge, how are you?
Wonderful. Raise your right hand. Swear affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Have a seat. You can.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Counsel.
Thank you, Judge. Please state your name for the record.
My name's Oscar Scott Riggs.
And Officer Griggs, where are you employed?
I work for Van Buren Township Police Department,
How long have you been there?
19 years.
And were you employed on a date of September 26, 2020?
I was.
In what capacity?
I was working road patrol.
What sort of uniform were you wearing?
So in a fully marked, or technical or Class B uniform.
And
Fully
were you in
patrol car?
Excuse me, let me let you finish, that's my fault. Were you on patrol, were you in a vehicle or on foot?
I was on a vehicle, in a vehicle.
And what sort of vehicle was that?
It's a Ford Explorer, fully marked, but with Van Buren logos and emergency lights.
All right, Officer Griggs, and did your duties as an officer take you to East I-94 and Haggerty Road that day?
Yes, it did.
In Van Buren Township?
Yes.
In the county of Wayne?
Yes.
What was the reason for going to that location?
I was backing up Officer Vakeska and Officer Short. They had a traffic stop there.
What sort of traffic stop?
It was an investigation in reference to a hit and run that occurred in the vicinity there in the township.
And Officer Griggs, what did you do when you arrived at the location?
As I arrived, Officer Valeska and Officer Short were conducting an OWI investigation. They took the driver into custody. Helping them out, I conducted a inventory search of the vehicle.
And did you find anything during that inventory search?
Yes, sir.
What did you find?
I found a Taurus handgun.
Do you recall if it was loaded?
It was loaded, excuse me.
And to your knowledge, excuse me, let me back up. Did you observe anyone in this courtroom at the scene that day?
Yes.
Could you identify them possibly by an article of clothing they're wearing?
Yes. He's wearing a plaid shirt.
Judge, may the record reflect?
Noted.
Thank you. And Officer Griggs, to your knowledge, did the defendant ever produce a valid CPL?
No, not to my knowledge.
And Officer Griggs, what is the purpose of an inventory search?
Just exactly to check the inventory of the contents of the vehicle.
And why did you conduct an inventory search that day?
The driver was under arrest and the vehicle was being impounded.
And why exactly was the vehicle being impounded?
He was in custody for operating under the influence.
Understood. No further questions at this time, Judge.
Ms. Fargas.
And so you testified that you recovered the Taurus handgun from the vehicle, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And where was that recovered from?
It was on the driver's seat, under the driver's seat?
Under the driver's seat.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And was it closer to the door, or was it closer towards the middle console, if you recall?
Honestly, I would say it was probably right in between both.
Okay. And it was actually wrapped up
Yes, ma'am.
in a like a safety vest, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you also recovered from the driver's seat a safety clip, correct?
Safety magazine, yes, ma'am.
Yeah. And that was bright orange, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And during your involvement in this investigation, you also started talking to Mr. Patterson about the gun that was recovered, correct?
I do not recall that.
Okay. So when you arrived on scene, you testified that Officers Valeska and Officer Short were conducting their OWI investigation, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you stood by and observed the OWI investigation for some time, correct?
Correct.
And during that time, the two occupants of the motor vehicle, the passengers were still in the vehicle that whole time, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And did you make any contact with the passengers of the vehicle that you recall?
I don't recall.
Okay. But at some point during the investigation, approximately 40 to 50 minutes in from when you arrived, the passengers were permitted to actually leave the scene, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And during the time that you were on scene of the investigation, the passengers were never removed from the vehicle, correct?
That's correct.
They were never searched or patted down, correct?
That's correct.
And actually, nobody even really got their licenses or basic identified information at first, correct?
That's correct.
And while you were there during this OWI investigation, you, Officer Short, and Officer Velasca were kind of like moving around in between the two vehicles, correct?
Yes.
Your backs were to the vehicle that Mr. Patterson was in, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And you weren't paying attention to the occupants or what they were doing inside the vehicle while the investigation was going on with Mr. Patterson, correct?
Not per se, I was concerned, my only concern with them at the time was if they were to get out of the vehicle.
Okay. And the vehicle, it's a Dodge Charger, right, that was stopped?
Yes.
And that vehicle actually had tinted windows, correct?
Correct.
And your inventory search didn't actually happen until the two other occupants of the vehicle were released from the scene, correct?
I believe that's correct.
Okay. And as part of your investigation in this case, did you submit the firearm at all for any fingerprinting?
I did not. I obtained the firearm, I turned it over to Officer Velasca. I did run the serial number through lien, which came back not registered or not without a return.
Okay, and in terms of the ownership of the firearm, the lien search was the only search that you ran, correct?
That's correct.
There was no ATF search regarding the purchase or ownership of the firearm,
Not by
correct?
me.
Okay. Nothing further, Judge.
Very briefly, Judge. Almost called you judge. Officer Griggs, Officer Griggs, defense counsel asked you a few questions about the passengers in the vehicle at the time. And you testified to, your concern was them getting out of the vehicle, correct?
That's correct.
And you testified that your main concern was the main thrust of the investigation, correct?
I'm sorry, one more, can you repeat that?
I'm sorry, that was a poor question. Your main concern was the OWI investigation?
Correct.
Correct? But it'd be fair to say you were keeping tabs on the passengers while you were conducting that?
Correct.
Making sure they weren't gonna get out of the vehicle?
That's correct.
Okay. And you also, defense counsel also asked you about the gun being secured in something, excuse me, I missed it. How was the gun secured under the driver's seat?
It was, it looked like it was wrapped up in a, like a traffic safety vest, like a bright yellow one. That'd be for like, if you're, like, we have them for the township for when we're directing traffic, just a high visible traffic safety vest, is what I would call it.
Thank you. And Officer Griggs, how would you describe how it was wrapped, if that makes sense?
If I made it with my hands, it just looked like the gun was wrapped up and spun around.
How tightly was it spun?
Not too tightly.
Not too tight? All right. No further questions, Judge.
Just a couple, Judge. So you testified that one of your main concern is the occupants getting out of the vehicle. So generally officer safety, correct?
Yeah, I mean, for us, and I didn't, it was late. Yeah, I didn't want to get out on the freeway as well, and for their safety as well.
And as a police officer, one of your main concerns is always your safety during an investigation and a stop, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and at no point did you actually question the occupants of the vehicle if they had any weapons in the vehicle, correct?
No, ma'am.
And again, you didn't take them out, pat them down or anything, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Nothing further.
All right, I got a question. You said that you found a safety magazine on the seat?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
It just, it looks like a magazine. It goes into the magazine well to prevent.
Oh, like a dummy.
Like a dummy, yeah. Like a
Okay.
dummy mag.
All right. Is that what you got sticking out of your block, that orange thing?
You like that, don't you?
No.
I got two different mags. One's a 17, one's a 19. I got my 19 today, so that
Okay.
helps me decipher which one's
Okay.
which.
Thank you. I
You
can
got it.
figure that one out. Any other questions for Officer Criggs?
None from the people, Judge.
No, Judge.
Thank you. Be safe.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else from the people? Mr. Curry?
No, Judge.
Ready? Oh, any defense witnesses?
Actually, Judge, if I could, I would like to call, Detective Long.
Okay. I doubt if he minds. I'm here. Swear affirm, tell truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth today.
I do.
Settle in. Go ahead, Counsel.
Can you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Sure, Michael Long, Long.
And, Detective Long, how long have you been employed as a detective with the police department?
I've been with the department for just over 18 years, and I've been a detective for about 4.5.
And when we say the department, it's the.
Van Buren Township.
Okay, thank you. And you are the officer in charge of this case, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And can you describe what some of your responsibilities are as an officer in charge?
Well, each case is a little different. In this particular case, the officers would submit their report. I prepared the report, an investigator's report, along with the findings of any evidence, include that in the report and send it to the prosecutor's office.
Okay, and sometimes when you're reviewing, there's potential for additional requests for investigation and some follow-up as well.
That is
right. Okay. And in this case, to your knowledge, in terms of the firearm that was recovered, do you know if there was any investigation regarding the ownership of that firearm?
Yes.
Can you explain what that was?
It was ran, Officer Griggs indicated it was run through Lean, but it was also, information was given to ATF to run it through.
Okay, and did you have the ATF printout?
I do.
Is that with you today?
It is.
Okay, would the court allow me to have Officer or Detective Long provide? me?
Sure. If you want me to grab it, you can grab it. It's the one sticking right out on the edge.
May I approach?
Sure.
Okay. All right. And that ATF report, that lists several different types of information on that report, correct?
Correct.
And it lists where the gun was purchased, correct?
Correct.
Can you please state where that gun was purchased?
But person or location?
The location it was purchased from?
So 680 Fox Avenue, Ypsilanti Township, Ypsilanti, Michigan.
Okay, and the purchaser?
Lawrence Edward Buckner?
Okay, and did you, as the officer in charge of this case, do any follow-up with Mr. Buckner?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay,
I don't recall that.
okay. If I could approach Judge?
Yeah.
Okay. And I would just ask the people to provide a copy of this to me.
Yeah.
All right, and I don't have any further questions, Judge.
Any questions, Mr. Curry? For
None at this time,
Detective
Judge.
Long? All right, thank you, Mike. Argument?
Judge, the people would rest.
Ms. Ferguson?
Judge, in terms of the carrying a pistol in the vehicle as well as the felon in possession, Judge, the carrying a concealed pistol in the vehicle, the elements that the people are required to establish are that first, the pistol was in the vehicle, which the defendant was in, which I don't think is disputed in this case. Second, that the defendant knew the pistol was there, and third, the defendant took part in carrying or keeping the pistol in the vehicle. And by the testimony presented here today, Judge, I don't think the people have established probable cause that Mr. Patterson actually knew and took part of that. The court heard testimony about the extended period of time that the other occupants of the vehicle were in. The officers were not paying attention to these other occupants of the vehicle. They weren't searched. They weren't questioned when they left. There was no indication when Officer, I want to pronounce her name right. Valeska first removed Mr. Patterson from the vehicle. She testified that there was nothing on the seat. And then we heard testimony from Officer Griggs that he recovered the orange safety magazine on the driver's seat. And so I would ask the court to dismiss charges 1 and 2 in terms of the felon in possession of,
1, 2, and 3. So the felon in possession, the felony firearm, and then the carrying concealed weapon. Just because, again, I don't think the people have established probable cause in terms of possession on Mr. Patterson's part. Knowing possession has two components under the law, Judge. It has possession and intent. And again, I don't think the people have proved that. I don't think they even have constructive possession based on the length of time that Mr. Patterson was removed from the vehicle with the other occupants free to move around in the vehicle, and potentially, in our argument, actually place the vehicle or place the firearm underneath the seat without Mr. Patterson's knowledge.
Mr. Curry.
Yes, Judge, I would respectfully refute that position and say that people have met their burden today. The gun was under his seat. That certainly falls under the confines of constructive possession. And while the bulk of, and to defense counsel's point about Officer Valevska not seeing the magazine on the seat, the bulk of her investigation was surrounded around down the OWI and not necessarily a CCW. The gun was found later by Officer Griggs. And as to the other passengers in the vehicle for a relatively shorter period, or excuse me, that's mischaracterization, for an extended period of time, misspoke. While the officers may not have been staring at them for an extended period of time, they were keeping. You heard Officer Griggs say that they were keeping tabs on them, making sure they weren't getting out of the vehicle. So certainly, Officer Griggs or the company officers would have noticed if one of the passengers made any furtive movements toward the front seat, maybe to put the gun there, or and we didn't hear any testimony about that today. So the people have respectfully met their burden and would move to bind over as to count 3.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I like your argument about the 30-minute delay, but not enough to decide that that's not constructive ownership. Interesting.
And if I may, Judge?
Sure, go ahead.
Just in terms of, under People versus Wolf, WOLFE, it's 440 Mich 508 from 1992. That court held that it's well established that a person's present by itself at a location where contraband is found is insufficient to prove constructive possession.
Yeah, we're not proving, we're just probable causing.
Yes, Judge.
Yeah, no doubt this would be different if I was using that standard. I'm going to bind over. I think it's a tight one, but I'm going to bind over. That'll be counts 1, 2, and 3. Obviously 4 will tag along. And then how are we going to handle this enhancement?
Judge, just for the ease of everything, I will
Sure.
stipulate to the prior conviction from Washtenaw County of Mr. Patterson's
That's
felony.
very helpful. Thank you. Very helpful. All right, so I'm going to bind over. AOI date for Mr. Patterson is going to be May 5. We got a postcard?
No.
We're not doing those anymore?
You don't do them
Nobody told me. I
anymore.
missed the postcards. All right, so remember that, May 5, 9 a.m. Not that it'll matter. It'll be adjourned, I'm sure. Bond is continued. Anything else?
No, Judge.
Mr. Patterson, good luck downtown.
Thank you.
Ms. Farkas, always a pleasure.
Yes,
Judge Muir,
thank you,
thank
Judge.
Absolutely.
Can I make a couple, or can you?
I didn't catch it, so you're good.
You're good. You did a nice job. You did a nice job.
Thank you.
And Paula loves it because you're nice and loud.
I told him, I said.
Yeah, no, you did a real nice job.
And he speaks very clearly.
I will say this though, because I talked to Jane because you weren't in here.
Okay.
After which one was that one we just did? Jesus, they're all run together already. The one where they had the, King was on and.
Solomon?
Yeah, I don't think you need either one of them. I think once the Vic gets off the stand, says this guy shot me multiple times, I think you got enough.
That's Jane, and Jane said the same thing, but I was just a young
I
young
get it.
whippersnapper, and I was like, I have to represent.
The only way we ever learn is to get beat up a little bit.
You have to zealously advocate.
Zealously advocate for the people.
I used to practice in front of Judge, you guys are all too young. Jane, you'll
They're
remember.
gonna
Mike might
fog in
remember.
here.
You'll remember Judge Archibald from Wayne.
Thank you.
Okay, so I was her house counsel. I was in front of her all the time. And she told me one day, she said, you talk too much.
You're so cute.
I said, what do you mean I talk too much? She said, you ask too damn many questions. I said, well, it's your fault. If you didn't have a poker face, I know when I could quit. Right?
Oh, Khalil just says to me, I said, okay, I'm gonna call my next witness, and she goes, why?
Stephanie.
Yeah,
She just goes, why?
They just brought it
And I go,
in.
that's
change
a
your
good,
mind.
that's a good hint.
Thank you, honey.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, how long do I have to get that served?
You don't need it.
Oh, I ended up stipulating, so we don't have to worry about it.
Oh, shit, I'm calling down the office, I'm calling the wash shop.
I checked with the client and he said it's fine.
Original, what you got?
Thank you, sir.
The only reason it's hard now
You're welcome.
is because of COVID, getting it.
Yeah.
Because we can't send we have some detectives that work for our office and they can go out and get stuff, but they said the courts aren't letting them in.
Yeah.
So we have to wait for it
So,
from US mail.
I can
and, you know,
shut down.
My birthday was in November and I got birthday cards near Christmas. So that's the
Hey.
Oh, so we're good.
Yeah, you know what? We've had bigger dockets. This one just didn't flow.
Bye, everybody. Have a good weekend.
You too.
Take care.
But wait a minute.
Paula.